Hello. How's it going, guys? Oh, so we're back to the grind. We're gonna be working on my orcs. How are you all doing? What am I looking for over here? Oh, my wet palette. I need my wet palette. So today I'm very excited. I'm always excited. The stream. I start off excited. We gotten so far. Ooh, I should actually change my parchment paper. That might be a good way. I should have done that before stream, but I forgot my wet palette was this cruddy actually. We're gonna be hopefully finishing up some of the orcs that I've been working on so much, which is always really good. I haven't worked on them at all. I didn't really feel I needed to. There was kind of like the Burner Boy. I was thinking of doing a little bit more on, but it's all right. If I just do him privately, that'll be my own little project on the side. How good is my wet palette in terms of wetness? It kind of needs a little more. I'm gonna add some more water. Let's see how we're doing. Oh yeah, my wet palette was thirsty. My wet palette was pretty thirsty. Just okay. We're not quite yet into the crafting stream part of it yet. I'm still waiting on people to get by. Yeah, did I already pull one of these out? I don't think I did. I think I was about to. I'm so ADHD brain and I'm hyped up on uptime. I bought a few across the street because uptime is so much better than Red Bull, honestly. It's made with cane sugar, so it's not that gross high fructose stuff. I don't know if Red Bull uses cane sugar or not. I forget. Hello. But yeah, feeling pretty good. Today I woke up with a migraine, and I was like, oh no. Oh, in fact, I'm going to take off my glasses, because sometimes my glasses rest. You can actually see, whenever I get a migraine, I get these red marks, because they're all sinus-based. I get really swollen. You can usually see it in my face. It gets all beet red, and I get this red butterfly effect on my face. But I woke up at 9:40. I was like, oh man. I went to bed with a slight headache, woke up, migraine, and I was like, I cannot do this if I need to be on stream today. I can't. So popped some ibuprofen, drank a bottle of Gatorade, put an ice pack over my face for an hour and a half, went away. Which I'm glad, because whenever I get over a migraine, I get this jolt of energy. So I leaned into that and I drank an uptime. So now I'm so I'm like that scene in Crank when he shoots himself with the adrenaline and runs out of the elevator, just screaming at the top of his lungs. That's kind of where I'm at, which is a good place to be, I think, when I want to be hyped up painting a bunch of orcs. Maybe it'll go horribly wrong. Maybe I'll just throw these guys against the wall and just splat paint on them. You never know, but you're here for it, so no, I'm usually better than that. But let's get into crafting. I wanna continue these orc dudes. We got a lot to do. A lot more build up of the acrylics and the highlights and all that stuff. I think I have to. On a lot of them, we're going to be glazing a little bit more of what we did last week. And and going to be doing a lot of highlighting today. Hopefully so much highlighting today that we actually finish. I want to finish 4 of my orc boys. If I can get those main 4 infantry dudes of orcs, I would be so happy. Now, just mic check before we start. How do I sound? Am I too loud? Am I too quiet? Am I annoying? You know, everything seemed check. All good on. Sounds good to you? That's good. All right. As long as I'm not like blowing out anybody's eardrums, that's good. Because I did have to turn it up last time when when was it? We were playing 7 Days to Die. And I was very, very quiet. And I went back on that video and I was like, oh damn. Everything was very, very quiet. So I'm glad someone pointed that out. I think I was like a third through stream. Maybe even before that. Just adjusted. But let's see. I have my cool. Thank you, Stray. I have my camera settings here because ever since like 2 or 3 weeks ago when I was having camera trouble, I want to be able to adjust the focus in case my camera gets futzy, and I did not like that. I don't want to have a time where I'm ever fighting it again, so I actually have like my whole settings here. So if I'm getting real frustrated, I'm just gonna like focus it on a central piece in front of my light, so it might make everything else blurry, but if I'm painting up close to you guys, at least it'll be crisp and clear. So that's my plan. That is what I will do. So let's get... Oh, I might actually be able to get 5 of these guys finished today. I forgot how far I was on my the rocket launcher boy. I don't know what they call him specifically. I think he's still just a orc boy, and he just has a rocket launcher. Or a rocket launcher. They spell it all weird. They don't... It's like very pygmy. What's that like Irish? It's not pikey, but it's kind of pikey, but it's like that pygmy accent kind of, or I don't know. Help me. Chat, requesting help. Alright, let's get right into the crafting stream though. I love this thing. Quacha, low resolution axes, chop. I have my trusty chainsword over here, gonna accompany me for all my Warhammer needs. Alright, so let's take a look at, you know what, let's take a look at the one dude who won one of my matches. So we're at this stage for this guy. I almost want to get another like peak of highlight. I almost want to put, now that everything is cured for a while and set, I want to even push that light boundary, the highlights, just a smidgen more. Just a smidgen more. And that's the thing about when you're trying to paint details on miniatures. It's how far you can push it. Just keep pushing it like to make that real extreme vibrancy, because like it may even be out of the realm of being unrealistic, but like you got to look at these guys on the table from like feet away. You kind of want even some of those details, especially if they're details that are very drab like this dude. It's how can I make something that drab interesting, and it's to push those shades and highlights even to things that might not make sense. It might not be that you might not want to in a sense, but it's important to do that for miniatures, to catch the eye, to catch the details. You know, my bad eyesight, you know. One thing I do gotta do, what do I do? I haven't looked at my reference sheets in a while. Here we go. There we are. Do I have this dude? Yes, I do. So I still haven't gotten at his horns yet either. So that's going to be... I mean, there's quite a few things I haven't gotten at. There's a lot of the metallics I have to attack on these. I have to watch out because I remember there was a couple spots, I think on this dude. Yep, this dude. I have to attack that. Let me get my needle tool out. Where is my needle tool? So just this for my pointing. So I forgot to totally paint this little section silver where that is silver. So that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, could I get away with it? Yeah. But it doesn't make too much sense to me. But this is what this whole stage for. So if I can actually focus just on these 5 guys, I might just focus on these 5 guys. Like the other, you know what? Let's bring this dude into the play. I think we can finish 6 guys today. You think I could do it? I think I can do it. This guy doesn't need much. He's almost there. Just a little dry brushing, get a little bit of the highlights going in and his eyes, and he's done. In fact, he doesn't need much work at all. I will have to say, excuse me guys, because after I get over like a sinus migraine, I'm just I'm terrible today, so you might have to excuse that because yeah, I really wanted to get over that migraine and do this today. I was gonna be so upset if I couldn't make it. Just gonna get a little bit of gray. I don't like to. You'll see a lot of miniature painters, and they'll like put on this huge goblet of paint. I just put on like pea-sized little drops. Like I'd rather do little by little and add later than waste a bunch. Oh, you haven't seen the squig. Okay, this is the squig. He is very shiny, like all my guys right now because of the varnish. But last time we worked on him, I worked on the mouth and the teeth. And he's pretty cool. These guys act like my dogs in This Is Not a Test. Unfortunately, this is kind of the only squig that I like. I thought he was fierce. He goes to another miniature. I'll show you what he actually goes to. He's chained up normally to this dude's shoulder pad. And I really bought this, like, I think this model's like $35. I literally only bought it for this guy. I can use him. There's no reason, but he usually has a chain connecting here. And sorry for my fingers, they're very chapped. And he sits in front of him like this. And not only is that going to be annoying if they were together and me trying to paint them, it would have to have been sub-assembled. But this is my favorite squig. Now, the problem is I'm going to need other squigs eventually. There's a lot of chances that you can have a lot of dogs or wild dogs in your warband. And I have a problem because there's some workarounds I can do, but most of the squigs in 40K have bombs in their mouths and are strapped with like mines and grenades to run up and blow up in battle. Now, that isn't unheard of a unit doing that in This Is Not a Test, but there's no piece of equipment to do that. It's usually you buy the unit and they have the ability to blow up. They're called sacrificial lamb for the peacekeepers. It's very morbid. But I need to either find a way or make a house-ruled piece of war gear, very similar to like Fallout, where you have the bomb collars. Because that would be the only way I could be like, all right, I have squigs and I gave them bomb collars. And then I could be like, all right, let's send them off and do what they need to do. And basically treat them like sacrificial lamb in a way, just like just like that thing. Yeah, and I don't usually like that, but I don't mind blowing up squigs. I do mind blowing up doggies, but Yeah, so I'm like mulling that around because to play 40K in This Is Not a Test, there's been a lot of house rules that we've had to make. Um, but let me see. My friend was making fun of me. Um, oh, wait. Are you at home right now? So we got to start mixing in, doing a lighter gray because I'm probably actually gonna mix all this. I'm really gonna push that. I like where that gray's at, so I'm gonna pull away with that. I'm probably gonna glaze this area. That's a good cool gray. So remember, when we glaze, we need to add a lot of water. So I'll usually make a pool of water. And this is the one kind of thing that's kind of crappy about this, about glazing, is it does take up a big part of your wet palette because you kind of have to spread and make this gradient. But, ooh, that's too thick still. Um, but it's worth it. I mean, for how good, I almost like wiped this off on my pants. That would have been not terrible. It would have come out, but like I hate doing that. It was just kind of like a force habit. So let's see what's. Yeah, that might be a little. No, you know what? That's not too thin. But this is not my glazing brush. What do I want to? I need a really sharp brush. I might use one of my synthetics because this guy actually for a synthetic is really really sharp. I really like this particular brush. So let's get to it. Let's get this nice and loaded up. Let's see. Oh, if my camera is gonna be futzy, I might do what I did before. Come on. See, this is actually why I brought up the program. Alright. Here we do. Autofocus. Nope. Oh, that worked. Huh? How's this? Do I need to manually focus that? I'm gonna strong arm this thing. Fine. How about that? See? I can do quick fixes. Alright. So we're gonna push towards the edges, and we're only gonna do very close to the edges with this glazing effect. It's not quite the highlighting phase, so I still want to like go over some of my wrinkles and stuff. I need to move my headphone or my microphone. There we go. Now I can. I noticed I wasn't. You want to be like really close up and you want to anchor yourself, and I noticed I was like here because my head was like bumping into the microphone. I've been having to move my microphone and stuff for various tasks. Oh, you know what I also need? I need a little music. So I've been told by a couple of my viewers that I should be popping up some royalties free music. What do you guys think about that? You think that would make things better if I got some royalty free streaming music and stuff? Because I could do that pretty easily. It's just another aspect of like setting it up isn't the problem. It's like whether it makes it harder for you guys to hear me or not. Okay. Then maybe I won't set that up now because I have to search for it and I don't want to search on stream. But if I'll tell you what, if you guys want to help me out with that, if you got a couple of like Spotify playlists that you know are royalty free or where to look, I will look into it, and maybe by Wednesday I'll set something up like that. How about that? Because I usually listen to my music, but I know not everyone's going to be into the same music. Um, I don't know if you guys think, like, what works with streams? Would lo-fi work? Would, like, I don't know, should I do it thematic to what I'm doing? Like, do some, like, Warhammer-ish kind of, like, gothic, epic music while I'm doing this? Or just... I feel like a certain type of lo-fi might work. I'll have to see. Lo-fi goes with, like, everything. I mean, what I'm feeling at all the times is deathcore, so I don't know if everyone would be into that. Especially because they couldn't control the volume of the music I'm playing as much as just the entire stream, so I don't want people to, like, mute my stream if they like listening to me, you know? So it's got to be something like everyone can be chill with, which I feel like in the end, if it was like some royalty free lo fi music, like usually I wouldn't find people. It's kind of just like elevator music in the end, right? It's just something that's like kind of going in the background that, like, yeah, it's there, but nothing to be like jamming out to or paying attention to. That's kind of what I'm thinking, you know? That's what I think that's the mood. Because then, honestly, like, it would actually take a little bit off my plate. Because there's a lot of times, especially in painting, where you've been there where I've had to lock in and I'm like, I can't talk right now. I have to do this minuscule thing. So at least, like, if there was background music, it actually might lighten the load off for me. If that makes sense. So how's that brightening up? I might have to do a little bit brighter. Holy crap. This is actually very low impact right now. Which, that's okay. Fizz, you okay? You're panting pretty heavily. But that's what glazing is. It's very low impact at your first passes. But this is key to, like, painting like nice little faded gradients to make it look like there's no, like, layering streaks in a way, like a way to, like, so people don't see the 3 or 4 different layers you did of building up. That's all glazing. And that all it is like water consistency, like watering down your paints. Like, there's always thinning your paints. You should always thin your paints. That's one thing. But glazing is like now watering them down to almost like a watercolor level consistency. And this opaque, like this super opaque consistency is the key. And it's all about just layering up those opaque layers so it's barely noticeable. And it's very slow, but it's awesome results in the end. I might actually make this a little thicker and a little lighter in the end. Actually, like, this is getting to the point where, like, this is almost edge highlighting anyway. Yeah, you see, like, on those edges it's starting to show up. I might actually want to get, there's like a little raised area right on this back too. And it's like I always say, it's a trust the process kind of thing. Because you don't see it that well until it dries. Let's actually get some thicker consistency. I made it, I think, too watery. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's actually really good. And even though it's good, I still worry about it. I second guess myself all the time. It's a problem. And the thing with glazing is it's better to start off light than uh it's better to start off much light because you could always add up. It's hard to take away from glazing, and I've had to fix glazings before, but it's easier if you just do it minimal minimal impact. Because even if you screw up that like minimal impact, you can usually like cover it up, or it might just take another layer or whatnot. Hell yeah! Oh, that's looking good. Ooh, that's looking good. Just that little bit of. In the end, I might not even have to edge highlight, though I will. I'll still edge highlight this dude, but it's now it's getting pushed. That nice light gray is really getting pushed now. It helps clean up these edges too, where like I got a little bit too much pooling in the shades. Alright. My thumb is just going to be completely gray from these guys, because that's what we're going to be working on a lot, is like just these gray colors. But edge highlighting is going to be a lot of like gray to whites. We're going to be playing with a couple of other colors, bringing up like high tone desaturations, like light desaturations, where it diffuses, or I don't know if that's the right word, diffuse, but it's not going to be colorful, but it is going to be like relative to the edge and the color that it's on, and then it like goes into an, either if it's not white, it goes into like an almost white color. But considering a lot of these guys, the edge highlighting is going to be either blacks or grays. It will be very desaturated, though black is kind of an interesting color to uh, highlight, because there's a lot of actual colors you could use in blacks to kind of give it a material shine. So probably for these guys, I'm gonna do, for their leather, I might do like a bluish hue or turquoise, a very cool looking color, and it'll look like almost that polished leather in a way. Yeah, so we're. Ooh, I heard my cat yelp. I think Boone and her are fighting or playing or something. So yeah, this is just being very, very gentle. And very light. I'm barely touching the model with my paintbrush. That's another misconception too, is like people think, oh, I'm just gonna glob on the paint, like, and get done my work done in half the time. But it's really, I find, if you can have better paint control and do more, again, minimal impact, is where you actually like see your miniatures and your models really, really improve. It's kind of an amateur thing to be like, no, I'm gonna make it quick the time or half the time. I know better than these guys, because that's how I used to be too. I used to just be like, why spend hours on these guys when I can just glob on the paint? And that's when your painting techniques actually start to really improve, was when you do take your time on these guys. Hey, nerd. We have the goal of trying to finish some of my orc models. I think I'm having an ambitious, I think I can finish 6 of these guys in this stream, but it's only because one of them are the squigs, the squig, and the squig is an easy guy to complete, as long as we don't get into any unforeseen problems. Which, yeah, good luck for me, right? Alright. I like the push. What do you guys think? Did that highlight help a little bit? It's not quite the edge highlighting that I'm talking about, but I just needed a little bit of a hue push. I actually think I did the wrong highlight too. I did a cool gray, and he's actually supposed to be a warm gray, but you know what? It's so opaque that a lot of the warm gray still shows through, so I'm not gonna knock it. That was my bad though. I knew something looked off. I was like, is this warm gray? So like this guy is using the cool gray. So here's the difference is, see how this guy's a much cooler gray than that, and I used the cool gray highlight on that. I don't think it'll matter that much, just because we're starting to get to more of like that white. I'll say it's a mistake on my part, but it'll pass. It'll pass. It'll be our little secret, right? So let's just move on to the next one. Yeah, it actually shows up a lot better because it's a similar color to this. Oh well, I screwed up, but that's okay. I'm not gonna let it discourage me. No one will really know. I don't think people will actually know. You guys know. But you are the select few who know now, so. I think and I did talk about music, but I am going to put on my music for me at least, because I need something to spruce me up. Let's see. Let's get that pretty low. Is that playing? Hell yeah. There we go. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm trying to glaze and push the highlights today before we get into the edge highlighting. Seeing how much I have to do, I'm hoping I can finish these guys. I think I was a little ambitious, but who knows? Maybe we can do this pretty quick. I feel like the more confident I get with pushing these glazes, the, you know, if we can get this done pretty quick, it might be feasible. Might be feasible. We will see. Yeah, see, we're pushing that. So now there's like, the reason is you have a stark difference between this highlight and like the shade in there. And it's not the smoothest. I've done smoother, but I think it's pretty good. I don't know. I'm not looking for these guys being like my Knolls. Like, I just need them to be like really nice on the tabletop. And I would be happy, very, very happy of these orcs on the tabletop. I have high standards for myself, and I think everyone who's in this kind of hobby or any artistic hobby really does set their standards almost too high for themselves. And that's good to raise the bar, but you also got to be like accepting of like, all right, what's the goal here, and what do I want to accomplish, and what will I be happy with. And in the end, I don't have a lot of miniatures that I can table that are fully painted. So I am lowering my bar a bit. Oh, I almost slipped. I don't have a good anchor. So now I have to, because I'm getting in close to this neck piece. And I think it's something to say, like, it's okay to lower your bar. It's okay to, because you still learn, and I'm still learning how to glaze, and the thing is I'm also getting back into painting and kind of like getting into a habit of doing this every week, which, I mean, some people paint every day. I'm still trying to just like get into the knack of doing this every week, and it's significantly more than what I was doing before. I would paint like once a month, like a couple of miniatures here and there. I think it took me like a week to make my Knolls. That I took like 3 or 4 days where I like painted my Knolls for. Actually, I don't even remember. Haley would probably be like, "No, it definitely took you like 3 weeks." Actually, I do think it took me 3 weeks. And in a total, I know the total hours came to be like 25 hours for those three in total. Um, and that was just for the three models, but I was really working hard. In fact, actually, I pulled out. You guys want to see the other Knoll models that I have set up for the continuation of that project? I have them right beside me. I pulled them out after I showed. I think I was showing Soul the the three that I did. I can do a little show and tell for a second, especially because I think I just finished. Actually, let me get in. Let me just do his belly. Wow, this is going to be hard. Let me get up against my finger and. That was annoying. That was really hard. I wanted to get like a little bit. You can actually see the little bit of paint I got in his belly right there. That's a hard angle. I had to actually like get myself anchored, and then I anchored the metal bit onto my fingernail just to like have that extra anchor point. The whole point is I don't have steady hands, but I know how to make my hands steady, and that's putting my elbows on the surface. You want a good point where like you can have your elbows like be able to bend, and it's going to be equal. Like, you don't want to like hunch over your thing. So my arms are relaxed. I'm looking straight ahead when I'm doing this, but I have my hand anchored. I'm wrapping this around. My palm is against my hand, and if I need extra anchor point, I go up against my nail. And it's all about those anchor points. That's what makes your hand steady. It's nothing about skill or a birthed, like, just inherent ability to be that steady. So that's my key tip. I don't have steady hands, and I'm hyped up on Red Bull and getting over a migraine this morning. So I'm like, like I'm really, really, really jittery today. but it's all tips and tricks. That's all miniature painting really is tips and tricks. Let me do a little show and tell real quick, because you guys don't even know. Because these guys might be my, after I do a little bit of terrain, I might do these guys. So you guys remember my 3 gnolls that I did previously. I'll pull them out because this is all part of the set. Hoo-hee-haw. I'll do a quick spin around because these are my most pride and they're not done actually. I don't think I told a lot of my friends that these guys are not done. All I need to do is put on some base elements. I want to put on some static grass, and I'm debating either static, like not static grass, but the little sticky grass thing. What are they? Jace, help me out here. The little whatever. Or I'm thinking of 3D printing some ferns, and I might paint up some yeah, the tufts. Thank you. Or I might do some like ferns because I think that'll look really nice. Because I tried to mimic a Skyrim dungeon for their base, and so I want them all to have a little bit of foliage. I think that natural green will also make them pop a little bit. So here's a little reminder of how these guys are. Some of their hair tips got a little chipped. No, not this guy. I think this guy's hair. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I fixed it already. I can't. It does look a little chipped. But yeah, it needs that green. Ivy. Yeah, ivy could work. I have some base elements that have like ivy that I gotten from like the craft store. Not bamboo. Not bamboo. That gets a little bit more into like an oriental thing, and bamboo wouldn't grow. See, maybe not ivy because I have these roots in there, like broken tree roots already coming in, like similar to a thing. It's either gonna be grass tufts or I'll 3D print some ferns. So the other gnolls that are gonna be involved, I have 7 here. I have 7 more guys. I'll show you the typical ones. These are all Zenithal primed right now. So they're a little speckly. I think I wasn't. This is like very early on me still learning how to Zenithal prime. But this is going to be one of my other gnolls. We have these 2 gnolls are going to be the same, but I equipped them differently and mirrored them. We have this gnoll. I think this is actually a female too, the way her chest plate is. But I like the lolled out tongue and the arrows in the shield. Similar model, but I actually gave her a spear that I had to custom make from another kit. And I 3D printed a spear and shield, and I liked the overhead kind of thing. I felt that was very gnoll-like because they're just inherently taller, so they would just like prod over their shields and stuff and get people overhead. I felt that was a very appropriate look. I have another archer, and I eventually want to take other models of these archers. I'll probably mirror these. These are actually already mirrored of the original models. I just felt they were incorrectly posed for a right-handed bow user. And I will hydrate in a second. I have a mage. This is from this isn't even to Artisans Guild. This is to another kit entirely, but I really liked it, and I thought it would blend well together. I really like that. I have a berserker who I actually just noticed there's a little bit of a misprint on him with the hair tuft in here, but it was only a few layers. Like I can tell, you can kind of see there's a little bit of a flattening in that tusk here. And I just saw that the other day, and I was like, oh shit, I mixed up. I'm gonna do another print of him with a two-handed weapon. I'm kicking myself out because I was able to do that, and I could have magnetized his hands and just swapped them out. But too late for that now. And then in the end, I could choose to have like two berserkers. So who knows? Maybe I'll mirror him and just do the same thing and have that. And then my last, and this is going to be a completely separate, so I'm probably going to break these up into two paint sessions, like 3 and 3. And then what's going to be on a completely different paint sesh is the leader. She's much bigger than, the other Knowles. And her hand is magnetized. I custom made this sword from I think the Trolls on Artisan Guild. She's not, for a Knoll matriarch, she's not my favorite. But she's pretty cool. She's still pretty cool. You guys know how I draw my Knolls. I would have done her a little bit differently. But I think until I make my own Knoll, really that's what it's going to take. This is great. And I loved the base for her. This is one of the scenic bases from Asgard Rising, which makes fantastic Norse-like miniatures. I have a ton of their stuff. And that's where these bases came from. Because the Artisan Guild does come with its own bases, and they are flagstone, and I really could have gone with that. Like, no reason. I just wanted a little bit more control, and I wanted to still add stuff, so, like, I added all the skulls and the bones and the broken pots and all the coins. I basically took a leather puncher and punched it out of plastic card. So I think after that I want to either tackle those guys after I do a little bit of terrain, or I might want to do my Night Lords or Necromundica. I don't know what my next painting project is. Maybe at some point I'll be able to have your guys' input and create a poll. Oh, what am I doing with my Knolls here? Oh no, I should have put these guys away. I'll put these guys on the table. My Knolls actually still need a clear coat too. They don't have any protective coat. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I have people who say what is it? What did you do? Knoll. I have people say that and they meant to type it, and I'm like, that's okay. It's my hyperfixation. It's not everybody's. Alright, so I think we can go back now that I distracted myself well enough. I have too much paint welled up on this. Yeah, so let's go back and continue these guys, because if I don't finish some of these guys today, I don't know if I can do all of them, but I do want a realistic goal. I want 4 of these guys finished, but if we can make 6 today, I will be a happy DJ, and I will squee. You heard it. Squee. Because I need a little bit of a reward with this. We've been working on this since I started. Was this I think my very first stream was painting these orcs. And that wasn't recorded. I think my first 3 streams were not recorded. Unfortunately. I forget if I even... No, so I didn't record them, and I didn't know you could actually keep them up at the time before I was affiliate for a week, and I didn't do any of that. it was a learning experience. That's what I call my some of you were there. That's what I called my testing out. That was like my big learning curve stream week. Why is it telling me welcome to the chat room? Did I just enter the chat room? Or does it always just say that? I don't know. Yeah, no, nothing happened where I had a blip of internet or anything. I think it always just says welcome to the chat room at the bottom of that. Whatever. I'm just freaking out. Hyped up on energy drink and whatever endorphins from migraine. Getting over a migraine, and I'm tweaking. I'm tweaking right now. There we go. Gotta be very careful because I'm getting underneath the arm here, and I'm not dropping a lot of paint. I wish I could actually be dropping a little more paint than I actually am, but I just gotta be patient with it. Getting under the arm is hardcore, so let's see. Yeah, pushing all those elements. I actually want to get that a little lighter there too. And I want to get on top of the shoulder here. Do some nice little fading. So hopefully, I know some of you have different modeling experience. I know Soul is more into Gundam, and I'm not sure how much painting goes into Gundam modeling. I think it's more like seam separation for the panels, but hopefully in some aspects, if you guys do throw on paint on those types of models, that I could be contributing to some sort of know-how and knowledge to help. One of my other followers I encouraged, who is a big Gundam modeler as well. And at Michael's, they just started selling some of the really good Gundam model kits, and I'm not even into Gundam that much, but I'm like, oh man, I actually kind of really like these. Oh yeah, that's a very subtle highlight there. I like it, but it needs to push, but it needs to cure a little bit. It needs to dry. So what I need to do is I'm running out of pigment here a little bit, so I need to mix some more. Yeah, the closest thing I have to a Gundam model kit is a really high quality Metal Gear Solid Rex kit, and I primed it, and I screwed up the prime process, like right down to the priming process. It was already borked, so I started stripping the paint off that, and then it just like discouraged me so much that I didn't go back. I have a lot of car and model kits I could do that I might do on stream, because that would just be a nice change of pace. Plus, I have a lot of like model kits that I actually want to do like modifications to. Like, I want to do like armored car death race style stuff to like my Camaro and my Mustang. But then I also have like the Ecto 1 and the Ecto 2 from like Ghostbusters, which I'm a big Ghostbusters fan. If you have not seen my proton pack that I hung up above my area. When I start doing like YouTube and doing like the like I don't know what you call that, like the cutaway cams, like where I start talking to the audience, it'll be in the background. I have a bunch of my memorabilia and dorky stuff that will be for the background of that kind of stuff. Shameless tune in to the future tease. I gotta do it a little bit, you know. This is not gonna just be the only thing I do. But this is my humble beginnings. So cheers to humble beginnings. I did promise I would hydrate, didn't I? So cheers. One of your Grail kits? Oh, yeah. I have that really articulate one. Who makes it? It's like a Japanese company. I forget. I got it years ago. I think I got it maybe 2020, 2021, and it's just been sitting in my closet. So that'll be. It was a pretty penny. I mean, it wasn't the most expensive kits, but I think I paid like, I don't even remember. It was either, I think it was like an $80 kit. Might have been. I don't know. I could be talking out of my ass. I really don't remember how much that kit went for. It's definitely when I had that kind of money to spend on that stuff. I capture ghosts with my chainsword. I dressed up as a Ghostbuster and went to take my niece trick or treating down in Pennsylvania this last past Halloween, and that was fun. She loved the Ghostbuster costume that I made. That was my first, technically my first cosplay costume that I made. Um, which I think is great because I think that's one of the oldest franchises I've been hyper focused on when I was a little kid. I should have realized when I wore my VHS tape out of Ghostbusters that I might have been autistic. But back in my day when I was a child, no one knew what that was. Like, it was either like super rare, but like I never knew what it was. But of course, we didn't even know what ADD and ADHD was like at that time either. So, you know, whatever new thing they can diagnose us with and make us feel broken, you know, they're gonna do. Until the next thing that they discover of why we're all screwed up. Though I do kind of wish when I was in school, one of my guidance counselors, that I spent so much time with my guidance counselors, and not one of them were like, you might have ADHD. You think, you know, especially in high school. My middle school, I had a guidance counselor who was awesome, and I still once in a while reach out to them. They were the best. I honestly say they probably actually saved my life after my father passed away. Um, but my high school guidance counselor, I think high school guidance counselors in general, I don't know if they've ever helped you guys, but were just embarrassing. They shouldn't, like, the fact that they got paid to do what they did is like criminal. by meaning like just not giving a crap about. I was definitely I was either a kid who either fell through the cracks, or just in general they didn't care. I kind of feel like everyone who worked at my school just actually didn't care. That probably was like a requirement. Um, but yeah, yeah. I mean, I went to high school. You know where I live. I went to high school around me. Like overpriced, overpaid, did nothing. Absolute wastes of flesh, if you were to ask me. I really needed someone too, and I didn't have it in high school. I think my life could have been a little bit better put together, honestly. But that could just be me putting the blame. In the end, it was really me. Really wasn't. It was also kind of my sister who I didn't sleep well at home because of my situation. But, uh, in the end, it's up to us, Like, I was not as strong of an individual as I am now. Not that I'm really all that strong in a lot of areas, but I still try. Um, but yeah, I do wish I had better counselors. That's one thing I kind of really. Not that I regret, I just wish my childhood had. Alright, let's see how this guy is. That looks good. I like some of those highlights. He's kind of more. This guy's more selective of where his highlights was. He was kind of more difficult because he kind of has like a big flat spot that's the very undefined right here. So he was a little. I actually struggled a little bit with him. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We got two more guys. I think they're both. Oh, this guy has the green, but this guy has the cool blue pants, almost like jeans. So we'll push that, and then we have to mix some green for the next guy. And then we can actually focus on the metallics, the leathers. The leathers are straight across the board for all of them, so that'll be very uniform. The metal will be all uniform. I think I want to do the metals last because that will require me not using the wet palette. And I kind of want to like use the wet palette as much as I can. So I want to do like wet palette stuff first for the glazing. And then we'll go back and do some highlights, which will be back to the wet palette. But, I just, yeah. It's like just phases. Like, I have, I don't know if he's still watching, but one of my viewers and buddies that works downstairs, Daniel, he always jokes with me, like, what phase you at? And it's just like all these like phases and steps, and but that's just kind of like the beast of miniature painting, really. It's like phase 5 million. Still not halfway through. And let's have an F in chat for my buddy, Figuratively Artistic, because he is making a Deathcore of Krieg army. And oh boy, I think he's got like 60 cavalry. Yeah. He was telling me horses are not his favorite to paint. And I don't blame him. Yeah, big F. Big F in chat. He has done 30 Death Riders. Yeah, Yeah. Better you than me, buddy. Better you than me. I'm my army building days are no, they're not over. Fuck, I have the Space Wolves. But I'm not doing as big of an army as that. I'm building my Space Wolves and I'm not even gonna play them. I'm building my Space Wolves for the novelty and the love for the Space Wolves. Um, Unless Games Workshop can produce a rule book that actually is decent. But the ball has been in their court for over 9 years, and I don't have high hopes. But yeah, the Space Wolves are a whole different story. I got most of my leaders built beside me. They've been sitting on my desk for like months. But yeah, that's more of a love project. That's more of a there's a lot of nostalgia with like me and Stray and stuff, and he got me into the Space Wolves long ago, and I kind of like I think I even have some of his old models still packed away. We have like the old Logan Grimnar, the pewter one. I have a pewter one, and I have his pewter one, and then I got a fine cast one that I didn't even bother painting. I hated fine cast. I love glazing. It's so cool. Like, look how much that knee popped out from that glaze. That looks really cool. I really like it, and it's just like that little thing. It's where your eye catches, and it's like that knee jutting out, and you know that's what we're trying to do is like these eye catching details. And this isn't my. I'm not doing fine detail and fine work here, but we'll get the booty. He's got quite the cake on him actually. So we're gonna focus on highlighting that booty because I know all the gooners are like for that green orc ass. I don't know. It's really just because it is an element that needs to be highlighted. I'm not doing this out of any sick kink or pleasure. A cake? It's the whole bakery? Yeah. I still have to do a little bit more highlighting. I should actually get a little bit of the top edge too. I'm not happy. I have this little brown splotch right there. You can actually, like, right here. And that makes me really upset, but I'm not going back. I'm kind of. I'll be honest. There's parts of this project where I'm just like kind of done with. He's got his quad here that kind of protrudes a little bit that I want to focus a little bit on. And it will make it a little bit more interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen you make some big armies. Um, I think your Deathcore Krieg has definitely. I think you're pushing the bounds with it a little bit. I think you can do it, but you're gonna be cursing all the way. And I'll be there cursing with you. I don't mind, but oh, did I just screw that up? No, that's okay. That'll. I gotta trust the process. Freaking out a little bit because I feel like I screwed this up, but I gotta trust the process. Alright, I gotta make that smoother. Sorry, I'm at one of these moments where I'm like holding my breath. Okay. Alright, so that makes his pants a little bit more interesting. I kind of screwed up in some spots, but I think it'll be okay. It's the important thing is it's showing like this vibrancy. I think it'll be interesting. All right. Oh, so now we're on that green. Oh, I hate doing this green. Okay, so what do we do? I know we need the what was it? The camo, woodland camo. I think we needed deep gray and matte black. Okay, deep gray. Let me put uniform gray back. And I have matte black somewhere here. There we go. So it is 2 parts woodland camo. I hope you guys don't mind that this is blurry. I just didn't want to fight my camera again. So at least like when it's all like close up, like you guys are getting the I feel like it's much better than it has been. And it's been fussy. I just don't want to deal with it. I really don't. Come on. Whoop. So this is going to be 4 total colors because we're also adding in white to desaturate and lighten it up. Uh-oh. Oof. My black needs to be cleaned up a bit. Which I'm trying to think. If I'm adding black and then just adding white, I should have just... could have just, instead of added the black, just kept it the way it was. Listen, I'm not the smartest. Let's mix this guy up. See what absolute ass I make right now. I was just following the method of the color to make the base color, and I was like, I'll just add white, not thinking of like, no, I should have just like negated the black. But that would have required some brain power, which is a little bit beyond me. Alright, let's get a little bit more water in here. Yeah, you see, well, even with the blurriness, here, I'll lift that up. See, I'm getting that, like, gradient involved in, like, that watercolor. That's, like, what you want. And I usually have a little bit more water pooled on one side so I can always pull the paint into if I need to. But I think I hit it at the right consistency. No, that is way too watery. Which, I mean, it's close to what I want. Yeah, that's more like what I want. So thankfully we only have to focus this on this dude. I also have my brush way too loaded up. That's a good way to screw up everything. I might have to even brighten this up a little bit more. Yeah. I'm not happy. It's like I'm painting on the same exact color. And I know it's a trust the process thing, but no, I need a lot more white. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. There we go. This will show up on it a lot better. See, it's okay to adjust. I don't think I do anything perfect the first time. But also, this is the first time I'm highlighting these colors that I made from the flat, so like, it is kind of like, right now we're experimenting. We're kind of just doing what we think will work. And I think this will work. I think this does it. Yeah. Yeah. This works. Getting this nice glaze. I want to hit all like the edges that I know will be like the brightest, and then I want to like fade back with this to make that gradient. I need to add a little bit more water. This isn't as watery as I would like it. Trust the process. Trust the process. Remember, I told you guys I have to always like remind myself of that. Yeah, it's real. Just gotta trust the process. Oh man. It's really like when you do this, you just have to know how to manipulate and play with pigments, because that's all you're doing is you're like having your pigments swim in this pool of water almost, and it's just all about pushing it around like a old school etch and sketch or something. That's like the best way I can describe what you're doing with now when you're at this point. And you have a little time to work with it, but you are on kind of a timer. And if you go back at these layers too soon, you can reactivate them and screw them all up, which isn't the end of the world. I've done it plenty of times, but it just means you have to like stop, take a breather, let it cure even though it looks like ass at the moment, and then go over it again so you can smoothen out that mistake of reactivating it. It's not the end of the world, but it does suck to do. And I don't like doing it. I really hate, because it just like slows down everything again. Let's see, how's this looking with the green? So far it's looking okay. I don't think I am pulling too much away from it being green. I have a couple of the folds on the inside of the left leg to do. I gotta remember to breathe. Yeah. And again, I'm not the best at this, but I think even doing amateur attempts can make a miniature look a lot better. I'm gonna keep the underside pretty dark, just so like it looks like it's just like the natural shading. Yeah, I think that works. I'm gonna keep him the way he is because I'm finding I'm sucking a lot of the color out, and it's already so desaturated that I think he's good there. I do think he's good there. So, let's look at our squig. Our squig needs some... I need to almost dry brush over him. I almost need to do a dry brush. As much as I... Not that I hate dry brushing. I actually really do like dry brushing, but there's a lack of control with dry brushing, if that makes sense. I gotta find where's some of my thinner dry brushes. Here we go. I'm gonna need a much more smaller controlled dry brush. I might have to break out one of my garbage dudes here. This is also one of my really cheap brushes that I use for accurate dry brush. Look how crazy that thing is. But I find that this does real accurate dry brushing. I might even just default using that. What I need is the Mephiston Red. Actually, no. You know what? Let me look at something. Resplendent Red. That might be the way to go, though I may want to pump it to even more, one more of the lighter orange and go angelic red. That actually might, just to like catch those highlights, because that's what we're doing. We're glazing those highlights. I don't know. Jace, what would you say? Should I dry brush this on, or do you think I should be more selective and glaze this? Which would be slower. But I don't know. I feel like there might be some worth doing a dry brush on this. That might be too orange. I might want to mix these two together. So, yeah, I don't I'm struggling to figure out what I'll actually do. Let me pop. I might actually want to go with this. Yeah, I think I should have went with the resplendent red. It'll be less punchy. I don't want it too punchy. I also don't want it being insignificant either. All right, so dry brushing. I don't think I've ever done dry brushing with you guys. A lot of people will argue even using dry brushing. But I also have some theories. Like what I just did is very against what people would teach dry brushing. That's actually making your brush slightly damp. You see how it actually is like making more of a smoother effect? That's how you fight that chalky look of dry brushing that is actually hated so much. And it's because dry brushing is like, brushing off most of the pigment. But if your brush is bone dry, you're going to get a chalky look. I find if it's just like slightly damp, that I've gotten much better results. So it's not so much a dry brushing as a semi-damp brushing, I guess. But yeah, all right, that's kind of what I'm. This is also going to be very much like the glazing. I'm going to be very, very, very careful and selective. Oh yeah, actually, I don't know if you guys can see that on that cheekbone, but like I got a nice little orange highlight, and that's kind of what I want. I just want a little bit of that punch. Punch. Falcon punch. I can't do that as well. I know some of you Super Smash Bro gooners can do it better than me. I was never good at that game. Super Smash Bros. Terrible. I'm terrible at them. I have such a grimace every time I'm forced to play that, because I can't. All right, I'm just trying to pick up some of these raised details. I really don't want to get on the teeth we worked on, because that would make me sad in the pants. That would make me super, super upset, as if I undid all the gradient that I got in the teeth. I'm just trying to lift some of these highlights to punch that orange up a little bit, which it's getting there. I feel like I can see it compared to like this side. You're getting a little bit of punch, and that's all I want. That's all I need. That's all the squig needs. And he doesn't have a lot of needs. He just needs to munch. He needs to just run up and bite something. But I'm just being very careful and slow. I'm not going crazy like cover. This is much more surgical of a dry brushing, which is I find very hard, because the whole point of dry brushing is to cover a big area with like raised edges. And being very, very selective with your dry brushing can be hard, especially with the nature of how thick a dry brush is. It's very hard to like not overbleed. That's why you have to select something like this, because he's mostly just red. I just have to be careful of like his tongue and his teeth. I don't even care if I get a little orange on the black, because like I can always go back and fix that up. That's like easy fixes. But yeah, I just want to punch these like little sharp like cheekbones, the little spiny bumps, the top lighting. Yeah, a lot of people don't like dry brushing, and I get it. I get it. A lot of people. What I don't like is like a lot of people dismissing dry brushing as like a viable way to paint, and it's not. It's still a very good way to paint. I think it's one of the primary and founding ways we used to paint miniatures, at least. Where like you can get the same effect by glazing, and it's a much more professional way of doing it. But you gotta select and choose your battles. Like the squig, I'll be honest, and I've said it before, I really don't give a crap about this guy. Um, I've never been a fan of squigs. He is near useless to me on the battlefield. Um, and if I can get him to just being like, he looks good enough, like where people will still want to pick him up and look at him, but like I'm not winning any awards with this guy. I don't want to win any awards with this guy. Is I guess where I'm coming from. So yeah, I feel like you see how that just I feel like that punched up. I feel like that punched up him quite a bit. But I still want him to read as red. I don't want him to read as orange. And I think that's what we accomplished here. I do think we did a good job. I could even go back and do a little bit more orangey, and actually that's actually going to be the next step. Because I'm all about pushing those colors. Let's get this mostly cleaned up. Let's get a brush that I am not going to cross-contaminate. Oh man, what do I got? Because I worry about it being a red pigment, right? And what do I say about red pigments? They're the most staining. So, instead of like worrying about cleaning my brushes and stuff and like worried about that, I'm just going to use a brush I'm not going to use again for this day. And we're going to get back into more of a glaze. Now I'm going to go back with this orange over here. And we're going to be so super duper light with this glaze. Right, Fizz? I think we're going to need a Fizzgig treat moment. What do you guys think? Very soon. Alright. I think that's a good... This is a crap brush. It's one of my synthetic beater ups. So it's not doing the best, but I just need it to... I'm only going to really focus around some of the highlights of like the face and stuff. So let's try this out, but he's got to be orientated or orientated or something. I'm not a smart man. So I'm just going to focus on like the brows, the cheekbones, the stuff that really pops out for the face. That's all I care about right now. I don't care about... I'm literally not going to do anything else but like the jawbone and like... And squigs are easy because they're really just like... He's just a running face. He's a face with legs, which is kind of like hysterical. I get the joy and happiness that like that brings a lot of people because they're so ridiculous looking. He's got a very like Oddworld. Do you remember Abe? Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey games? Like he gives me a lot of those vibes of like the creatures there. And I get the joy and the humor. Wow, this brush really is absolute garbo. I've probably beaten the crap out of this thing so much it's barely functional. But I still just, I'm not a fan of Squigs. He was really just to fill up points. I had like, I think getting a dog is like 15 points, and this is not a test, and it was like, that's like almost exactly what I needed. So I was just like, let's just throw another body in there so I have 6 models and not 5. I really did not want a 5-man starting squad. And honestly, he's still kind of like a 5-man starting squad. Yeah, and I get that's like what a lot of people say is like they're very oddly cute, but yeah, I just yeah, like I said, I get it, but I'm not really about it. Wow, I have to change this brush. This brush is fighting me. Crap. I'm not even taking you out of the water. You suck. I will take you out. I can't just leave a brush in water. That's like a brush killer. But I'm putting you aside. You might have to get retired permanently. I'll use the brush I was glazing with, because for synthetic, honestly, Army Painter's synthetic brushes, not bad. I'm very impressed with them. Yeah, it's a very smooth. Yeah, that's a lot better. I mean, this. Oh, I dare say this brush especially act very close to like a Kolinsky sable hair. I don't have a I the base coating brush. It's a really good. I have like one stray hair coming off of it. I don't know if you can see that there. Yeah, you can kind of see it. That was my fault. I accidentally bent it back, putting it away, and it's never been able to recorrect. But I would buy 12 more of these synthetic brushes, honestly. It I've never had such a good synthetic. I suffered with synthetic brushes most of my life. Um and I feel like if I just had a brush like this in the beginning, I would I'd have been very happy. So yeah, if you don't have the money for sable hair brushes yet, or still starting out, honestly, Army Painter makes good, really good synthetic brushes, I feel. If you beat the crap out of them, they will. I have a couple. I have like this is one of my beater up brushes, and you can start to see it's kind of fraying apart. That's okay. I apply like large coats of my shades with this, but some of these synthetic brushes, really really nice. All right, I think that's all I want to do. See how like his face is popped a lot better, and I think that's got to be like a serious focus. And I think we should just leave it where it lies. I really do, because now I want to focus on getting the teeth in there, like this kind of rib pattern in the teeth. Um, and what color should his eyes be? I am debating still staying with the orc colored eyes, or like a yellowish eye, but in a lot of the box art it's blue colored, and it looks really nice, and it's a nice contrast. I mean, he's red. Literally, you don't get a better contrast from red and blue. Um, but he's almost got like these blue, almost like serpent like slitted eyes, and yeah, I've been struggling with that decision making. They also do look good with yellow. Some of the Age of Sigmar squigs um, look very good with their yellow eyes. I really needed a sip. But we can go back to this. We're still not at that phase yet. What I would like to do, I'll probably work on his teeth when I work on that dude's horns. That'll be the same process. What I want to work on now is leather. We actually should go to the leather. So I think if I bring this to Paratrooper Tan, I think would be a great highlight for all the leather bits. I do. I think that would be good. Might even be too light. Let me look at what we're dealing with here. Yeah, I may want to actually step back a bit and actually bring it to leather brown. Wow. What did I use for leather? I think I used of course I didn't write it down. Why would I write it down? I think what I used was this. I used Bootstrap Brown. So let me see. The next step would have been. Let's see. Jumping from here to here might be a little too much. This is like highlight. This is highlight color. I may want to do what I thought and do leather brown. Follow my gut, you know? That is true. In fact, a mocha skin. I do dig that. I actually like the little bit of saturation or desaturation it has. Good call. I'm gonna listen to that. That's why I love interacting with chat here. I think a mocha skin will be actually perfect. Thanks for that reminder. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's literally, it's not even just like cured skin, it is technically cured skin. Ooh, I got a little bit of orange in there. Uh-oh. See, this is what I was talking about, staining red pigments. This is going to be a little frustrating because I want to continue using this brush, but of course my squig ruins everything because he's such a idiot. Me, I'm the idiot. Okay, I want this to be slightly thicker than glaze because we technically are edge highlighting, but just not as... We're not doing so much glaze. We don't have enough room to do like gradient shades, so this is just going to be like an all-around edge highlight. Sort of. Because I do plan to do it. Actually, this is actually technically going to be step one of an edge highlight. Where it gets most of the leather in there, and then I'll do peaks of like an even heavier highlight. But like when I mean peaks is like usually like little scuffs or like the peaks of where the raised edge will really be. But So I'm kind of technically considering this part of like, all right, now we're entering the edge highlighting. Even though my metallics need a lot of mid-tone raisebacks, I just don't want to deal with the metallics right now. Yeah, this brush is fantastic for like getting at these edges. I'm honestly like so shocked at how good this synthetic brush is doing. I'm usually not the one to like gas up a synthetic brush, but if it works, it works. Anything that doesn't fight you is going to be my friend. And it's just, this is keeping a really nice sharp tip, which I always have trouble with synthetic brushes. It could also be that I've been finally, and it took me a while, I've finally been cleaning my brushes with a conditioner. And man, has that been making a difference. That's been making a big difference. That's one of those items that I wish I had ages ago. Ooh, I'm off camera, sorry about that. There's a lot of products that I've put off to the wayside because I'm like, you could get by without that, right? And I'll get it and I'm like, oh man, I can't believe I went years without this product. And brush conditioner is one of them, and it's a recent change I've made. Um, yeah, it's just such a great way to clean your brushes. Hey, Drac, what's up? Yeah, we have to do a lot of edging here. A lot of edging. I have to laugh at Zumiko. Uh, he's a display painter on YouTube. He's one of the big ones, I think. I actually used to not like Zumiko, but he's been getting funnier and funnier to me. I think he's like really kind of coming into his own, and he makes products like, so when you paint the rim of the base, that's ribbing. So he has a shirt and with like a goblin and like painting the edge of the base, and it goes, "I love rimming," and it's like hysterical. I fucking love that. And he's been more like less kind of a pompous ass. He still is a little bit, but like he's funnier to me. Yeah, it's a good one. He's got some good merch. And that's actually like, if you don't I so that's like the final step, and I did it preemptively on these guys. I shouldn't have. It's kind of a miniature sin to a I think prematurely paint the rims of your bases, because you want it as your final step. You want to be like, I'm done. But then some people don't do it even after they're done, and they're ridiculed for it. I don't care. Like, I feel like it's such a useless thing to get hung up over. I wanted to see like what worked with the uh, desert bases, so I did it kind of preemptively. Whatever. In those moments where people want to judge me for that, I have a retort of suck my ass. Just with a bendy straw. Like, that's all I gotta say. I know it's vulgar and offensive, but like honestly, just Mind your own business. Paint your own miniatures. Oh yeah, Goblin Green was what they used to do all the base. When all you had to do for base was put on some like coarse sand, glue it down, and it was all like that Goblin Green. I don't miss that. I did hate those bases. I actually do think this community has very done really well with upping like what we expect with bases, especially because it ties in a like the atmosphere of a miniature really really well, and I like it. So I don't miss that like 90s style, early 2000s of just like these like green coarse sand bases. Okay, we're almost actually done with the first step of highlighting on this dude's leather. Oof, come on. There's a trick too, and I'm noticing that I'm getting a little dry pretty quick with my paint. I could throw, instead of water, do like a retarder on this, and that'll keep it from drying on me too slowly. Ooh, I'm shaky. I'm really shaky right now. Sorry, I am really shaky. I'm screwing this up. Thankfully, it's next to the black pants, so I can clean it up later. But I'm a little. All my steadiness that I had like a second ago just like went out the window. I just gotta calm down. I got intimidated by these bootstraps. I got really intimidated by these bootstraps. They're very, very, very tiny. Which, I'm seeing another strap I forgot. And I think I remember I discovered that on stream, and I. Okay. Alright. Oh no! Oh no, I got some of that pale glaze on my. Ah! When I was doing the grenade, I got some glaze on that. Can I reactivate that and get that off there? Oh no. Come on. It's a very thin coat. I can scratch that off, right? Crap. That's gonna really dishearten me if I just screwed up that grenade. Did you guys see me do that? Oh man. Alright, let's see if I can react. This has been a while since he's been drying, so that's a little sad. Let me take. Alright, I feel like I'm getting rid of it little by little. I'm like trying to reactivate it and rub it off little by little. That's a problem I really don't want to go back and fix. God, that's deep. I'm trying to take my fingernail and just rub off that first layer. I hate this. Alright, I might be able to take a little Agraxar shade and like blend that. Let me do that now. Oh, that's so upsetting. Come on. Let's see. Alright, maybe I can hide that now with this Agraxar seed. We'll see. We'll see. That looks promising. Yeah. Can't really see that blue anymore. Ah, that made me so mad. I always do that. I never notice when I streak a piece of paint. That's like what happened to the Burna Boy. He still has that streak on his elbow that I've never fixed because that was like such a... The green skin that I did on these guys is the most complicated step on this. It's the first step after priming. And after when I saw he had that, I was just like, ugh, I don't even want to work on this guy anymore. I'll get there, but like that's how demoralizing it was. Okay, this guy doesn't have any brown leather, so like, yeah, the brown leather's popping a little bit more. Looks nice. Doesn't look too shabby. I wasn't perfect on it, but you can separate it, you know, like you can start to see like the layers of it. So let's just keep going. Also, so I don't have to feel so sad about that grenade that I screwed up. Was that my first burp of the stream? No, it couldn't have been. Okay. I feel like I'm getting my steadiness a little bit back. I'm getting it a little back, yeah. I don't know if you guys can see how shaky I am, but it's pretty bad. I think my energy drink is making me crash a little bit, which is weird because uptime doesn't usually make me crash. Not as much as like Red Bull. But like I said, I did have the endorphins from getting over in my migraine. Like that usually pumps me up, but I was so worried that my migraine was going to keep me from streaming. I kind of went heavy-handed on making sure I could stream. Okay. Edge highlighting and stuff like this isn't as hard as you might think. If you practice just like brushing up the tip of your brush along edges, you get it. It's definitely a feeling, and one of those feelings you can practice with is on these sprues that they come with. What I suggest is priming one of those sprues, and not the edges of the sprue itself. There's usually like lettering or numbers, and those are really good to practice, like brushing the edge of the tip of the brush, the edge of the tip of the brush on, and that is really great practice for doing that. I usually do a lot of my test stuff, like if I'm watching a video and I'm like, man, how did that dude do that? He makes it look so easy. I'll take a bit of sprue and I'll just make like these little paint sticks of like what I tested out on that. And I've probably done that more than I've actually miniature painted itself, just to practice those techniques, because I'm a big bitch and I get so scared of trying new techniques on a miniature and screwing it all up, um, that if in my brain, if I don't know, if it's at like a, if I'm not giving myself the pass that like I could do this, then I don't do it. And I know that's kind of contradicting of what I tell you, of like, guys, just throw paint on your miniatures, it'll be okay. And that's because I'm saying, like, most of the time I do that, I could have just done it on the miniatures because I have a lot of fear and anxiety and I let it control me, and I'm trying to have you guys not be like me when you have over probably 30 grand in just plastic miniatures in display cases, staring back at you angrily in their gray, unlively looking states. I just don't want you to be like me. And most of you probably aren't like me. You probably have. I mean, even my buddy Stray has a full painted Necromunda gang going way back, and that's like, you know, that's better than what I've ever gotten done. I think I screwed that up a little bit right there, but I can go back and fix it. Alright. I want to get at this edge a little bit better. Alright, he didn't have a lot of leather on him. He actually, like, that's pretty much all he needed. So that's cool. Let's move on. Just keep pumping these guys out. We're at 2 hours, and I want to get these guys done within the 4.5 hour mark. So, do you think I can do it? There's a little bit still we have to do, but I'm wondering if I can do it or not. I need some hype. I need some encouragement. This is tough moments of the miniature. I like that I actually um, adjusted the focus on my camera too, even though it's blurrier on the background. Like, I feel like I'm not fighting the miniature and the camera so much, and it's like consistently crisp. What do you guys think? Best it's ever been, or it's kind of like mid? Yeah, it's good focus. I agree. I kind of should have been just putting it on a set focus plane, because like my face camera, like, can focus in and out and stuff. But like, I was just getting really frustrated some of the times with the camera. I feel like I wasted a lot of time, where this I actually can relax and not worry about it, because I have it focused like right where my hands are, and I feel like it's a clearer picture. So I was kind of glad I set that up. I can't wait until these guys are done. I'm so excited. You guys are awesome for giving me the opportunity to keep this up and like see some of my miniatures finally painted. I hope you guys like seeing the miniatures. I know the orcs have been like a month-long project. Um, we've been kind of actually going a little bit longer than a month. So I started on the 10th of February. So if I could keep a warband, like, hey, we'll do 4 streams of this warband, that would be pretty cool. I'll get faster and faster, with my painting. I don't have a good, I never had a good painting, like, time ethic, I guess, or like a pacing ethic. This is the most consistent I've sat and continued. My Knolls were like that last year when I painted them, but this is like the most I've sat down, worked on a piece, or worked on a project consistently, with my miniatures, I think, ever. Because I'll have a done warband once these guys are done. Not even my Knolls are actually technically done. I just finished 3 out of those, so that's also something to consider. Those guys actually are not done. Did I just screw up? Did I just... No. Okay. I had to... I like jerked and thought I got another screw up that I would have to fix. Man. You know what? Let me just thin this. I feel like I'm fighting this a little bit. I'm wondering if this is getting dried. It's a little dry. What's my wet palette like? No, it's still got a good amount of moisture in here. Alright, let's make sure my brush isn't overloaded. I've been horrible to my wet palette, just like smearing paint all over the place, but I kind of can't be fucked right now. I'm at such a point in this that's like, the wet palette parchment paper can be sacrificed. Whew. Alright, I feel like my shakiness has calmed down a little bit. I'm kind of getting back into the groove. Oh no, I must have had like a low blood sugar, or maybe the dehydration. I noticed after I sipped that did better. So, keep it up. Why don't we just keep sipping? I feel like that's a thing. It's like I was probably getting too dehydrated. Because that'll do it. That'll do it. That's a sign of dehydration. It's not actually the energy drinks or anything. It's the energy drinks are what dehydrates you. even more so. But even like with the ibuprofen I took and all that stuff, like I basically should have known the signs of like, you did everything that dehydrates you. And I was like, oh, well, shit. That was for all of you. That was my gift. Oh yeah, I love these fucking marks. Ooh, I'm not really crazy about that. Hold on, let's push those pigments and try to get a glaze going if I can. Oh, that might have even dried already. One second, I got a trick here. I can try to. I might have to go back and like blend a little bit in there. I hit that a little too heavy. That's okay. That's all right. You know, sometimes I have to remember, you know, like a quote that me and Jace uh, we watched this video when we need some hype and motivation, and one of the lines in it is, "Perfection may look good in his shiny shoes, but he's kind of an asshole, and no one invites him to the pool parties." And I gotta remember that. Yeah, the Phildy. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. And you know, I screw up, and sometimes I'm like, oh, I have to go back and spend 15 minutes fixing that. But like, do I? Do I though? For that little minuscule piece that on the tabletop playing miniature, like it again, I'm not looking for display miniatures. I'm looking for like good enough on the table. And is that little bit on his thing when he's all the way down here, does that require me like going like, oh, I fucked up and I fixed it? Probably not. It bugs me, but in the end, there's a lot I have to let go. I think that's an important lesson for all of us. Is it's okay, you know? And that's what I'm trying to teach everyone, and I gotta lead by example, I guess. You know, I'm trying to get out of that like mentality of like, oh, your painting's gotta be perfect. You know what? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's like, even me, I'm like stricken with the idea of like, oh, it's not perfect, can't use it. And it's like, well, why did we do this to ourselves? Why did the miniature community get like that? It's a good question, honestly. Why did the miniature community get so anal like that? Good miniatures are good miniatures. They're you know, it's cool to have good looking miniatures, but I think not having perfect looking lines on 95% of your miniatures, like that's the misconception, is like you can still have good looking miniatures even if they're not perfect. You know, in the end, only you are restricting yourself. And that's what it was with me. That's why I don't have all my miniatures painted, is because like I have such a reluctance because I want them to be perfect. I paid such good money for them, you know, and like, yeah, that's a thing, but like I did the best I could, you know? I did the best I could, and I can't expect my miniatures to be at 100% of what I will be 20 years down the line of painting miniatures. Like, my miniatures in 20 years are going to be such significant difference to what they are now, but like I shouldn't hold myself to that standard, right? You can't hold yourself to a standard of what you will become. You have to put in the work doing it. So, yeah, I think there's something to be said there, as I have just said it, but I have to hold myself to that. Oh man, I'm not crazy about those highlights. I'm not crazy about it. All right, those will be fixed up. I will fix those up at some point. It'll just be like during when I'm fixing up like the black armor. That's what it's gonna be. I'm not gonna stop the whole project and touch up. It'll be the black armor. I'll clean them up and make them nicer. There's a little bit of brown paint. I would like to do a streak in the middle. Oh, I forgot about this and the wraps underneath there. Oh, that's gonna be nightmarish. Okay. Let's just do it. Ow. I'm gonna change my brush. As good as this has been, I feel it's starting to feel its endurance a little bit. So let me put this. I usually put my spent brushes over here. Let's look at this guy. I'm gonna be switching over back to my Kolinsky Sable. Let's see how we do. No, I'm sick of just use. Let me get a brush. That can really get a nice well of water to thin my brush. Ooh, don't overload my brush. Please and thank you. The sable hairs, even especially. Alright, let's see. There we go. There we go. Oh. Yeah, no, this isn't the brush for me either. In all honesty, if I can be honest. What would be a good brush for this? You might actually surprise me. You might surprise me. I need something that can keep a good well of moisture and wet paint and keep it from drying out on me, and I think this is actually the brush. It's a bigger brush, but that doesn't mean it doesn't do thinner painting. It just, Guys, I'm in trouble. Alright, I think it's time to try something I have not done. I think it's time for retarder. I'm having an issue here. Having a little bit of an issue. And I'm having an issue of trying to find a good brush to do this with, too. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of an issue. It could be that I need more water in my wet palette too. Because, yeah, I'm having a issue with keeping my paints wet, and that could mean that my wet palette is feeling a little bit of a dehydration. Does that make sense? I'm trying here. I don't know. I'll be honest too, I don't love the sable hairbrushes I have. I paid kind of a pretty penny for them, and I find that I'm fighting them just as much as my cheap synthetics. And I think maybe I didn't get a good brand. I have not been. They were good at first, but I'm like, I've been trying to take care of them. I've been trying to keep them clean. I've been trying to, and I'm just not really super crazy about them. Yeah, I've been conditioning them. But like, so here, I'll show you. My issue is like, I'm still getting that like little bit of curl. Let's see if it'll show up on. I actually might have to focus really hardcore. Let's see. Okay, so let's show this on stream, if I even can. It does have, but like I'm having an issue with even like the transference of the. Oh yeah, actually you can kind of see it there. I have like a slight, like, it's uneven hairs, and then I'll get like one that like just curls and stuff. I mean, I have brush conditioner. I mean, again, I bought conditioner for these. Now I gotta like see where this is gonna focus. Nope. Alright, I think that's good right there. Yeah, I'm not crazy about these, and I feel like I'm fighting them even some of my I'm fighting them as bad as some of my bad uh synthetics. Not even like my good synthetics. These are like my bad synthetics. And like when I first got these, yeah, they were great, but they like quickly declined. Yeah, I'm not even, this isn't even, and I put retarder on this and it's not even like transferring paint. Honestly, I think I got scammed. Yeah, I mean, oh, for 30 seconds? Alright, then hit them with. Yeah, I run them under to like, just to soak them, but, um, yeah, it might be. Like, here, I'll show you. If you want to do a little bit of research for me, real quick, um, this is the brand I got. Um, Here, let's get. Yeah, I don't know if I liked this set, and at first, yeah, they did really good. Um, but I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm not impressed with them. I'm just really not impressed with them, and I don't have the funding to get like, you know, $20 brushes each. Like I thought this was a pretty good price, but I think so mixed quality. Yeah, I don't know. I should have just gotten like some like Raphael or something. I'm not enjoying these. Yeah, I'm getting a hooked quality. Let me go back to my synthetic. This is very unfortunate and disappointing. Did I just knock the camera? I did. I knocked the camera. Alright, let's just give this a good rinse. Because even like this feeling, the strain and endurance was better than what I was getting. Alright, let's go back to this because honestly, this synthetic brush, I was having better luck. Which is kind of sad. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. It's like my synthetic brush here is like night and day better. So I'm a little PO'd. I'm probably gonna after stream go back and finally leave like kind of a not a positive review. Yeah, they almost gave like this honeymoon phase that even synthetics do, where it's like, hey, these seem great for like your first like couple of projects. And honestly, every brush should be replaced. Every brush has like a lifespan, right? But sable hair brushes should be far more, and I mean like far more exceeding the expectancies of um, synthetic brushes. And I get more life out of my synthetic brushes than I did that. And I'm PO'd because like I spent like almost like $70 on this kit. So that's like almost $10 a brush. I think. I think it came with 8 brushes. So technically 9, which again is a pretty good low price for Klinsky brushes, but I almost feel like I should just dished out like $20 a brush. It's one of those things where it was like, you get what you pay for. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. Is I should have just gotten better brushes. Damn it! I always make wrong decisions. One day in my life, maybe I'll be like, that was a good call. 40 years and I can't say that was a good call on stuff I've bought for this stupid hobby. Oh, I'm on autofocus. You see, should have gotten just a $8,000 camera instead of paying all this money for miniatures I can't even show. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a little bitter. Yeah, I've always struggled with like the quality of stuff. It's not even like I'm a cheapskate and I always go for the cheapest. It's just like I don't have the money for it. And it's like, oh, DJ, you spent all this money on miniatures. Yeah, over the accumulation of almost 30 years. Like, it's not like I just spent like 30 grand last year and had a bunch of miniatures. Like, I've been collecting for almost 30 years. It's been like 26, 27 years that I've been collecting miniatures. Um, there have been years that have been significantly more extravagant, especially when I used to make a lot more money teaching and stuff. Um, but yeah, it ain't like that anymore. All right, I want to hit this guy's horns a little bit, get a little bit of a glaze going, because I gotta start getting it. I'm like, I've been ignoring doing this, and I gotta not do that. Jace, what kind of sable hair brushes do you use? Where's that? Oh, that's a bot. Oh, I won't buy Citadel. I've bought Citadel brushes before, and granted, they last me a long time, but I'm not paying $8 for a synthetic brush. I just feel like Games Workshop just quadruples the price tag just because they put their name on it. It's not to be dismissive. Um, Citadel does sable hair. I have a hard time believing that. I haven't known any of their tools or stuff to be really incredible quality. Even their paints have fallen to kind of like mid tier. I think. I use some of them still, but like I'm not overly impressed with GW paint products and tool products. Though it has been a while because of me feeling maybe they have also kind of changed their tune. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, um, it's controversial. I mean, it's welcomed here. I have several hot takes. And I value your opinion as someone who has painted 8,000 more times than I have. As I sit here bitching on how low quality the sable hair brushes I got are. I just don't. If I can stop supporting Games Workshop, because they certainly don't need my support, you know. Um, but I do think they kind of have their head up their ass quite a bit. All right, I got the starting kind of texture and gradient on the horns. I might go back and like mix a little bit more brown. I hate going back, but like this dude has kind of proven to be difficult. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Ugh, I hate these wrist wraps. Let's just tackle them immediate. Oh no, I screwed up. I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good. I'm like in my own head right now. All I can think about is how angry I am about those sable hair brushes, and like it's screwing me up now. I'm in such like an I'm honestly like in such a negative headspace about it that like I can't even function properly. So you are seeing an artist, a man, beat himself up in his head in stream pretty bad right now. Oh, you know what I forgot? This guy distracted me. I gotta do a little highlight on this too. Sorry, I just had to fix that up. Um, yeah, I'll have to figure out some way to rectify my brush situation. And I don't know if you guys do this, but like, I'm obsessing over it now. Like, that's why I'm in my head. I can't even. Like, honestly, if I wasn't streaming right now, I would take a break, step away for a few hours, probably punch a wall. I don't know. DJ, how did you fracture your pinky? Oh, I got too mad for my own good. That's what happened. It still hurts. So when you have someone kind of just as dumb as me, it takes pain to like, self-inflicted pain, which I guess is kind of an issue. But it's like, unless I like break something, regret, punch something, it's like I don't teach myself. And now I'm in that regret. I'm like in the kind of mode. So like that's the best lesson for me, is just, as much as negative reinforcement doesn't work when other people do it, it works when I do it to myself, which, man, I always say I'm not a masochist, but maybe I am. I don't know. I don't know why it works that way, but you know, I couldn't learn until I punished myself for like 2 years 3D printing and not listening to Jace. Um, you know, my name isn't Kyle? What? Is that a Kyle thing to do? Oh no, Drac, do you do that? He punched a window. He did. Well, he didn't punch a window. The window actually kind of bit him, but I actually don't know if he's still watching his stream, but. Yes, be like an asteroid, tumble gently into the void, and be a useless fucking rock. Full of radiation. And end up spiraling into a planet on fire and anger and hatred. Good advice. Yeah, I'm still dealing with, I think, a fracture in my pinky right now. And I keep irking it. Come on. This is not the most stable painting I have right now. Okay. Well, that's not was kind of a risky maneuver I did. I'm gonna do it again. Yay. Actually, that didn't come out too bad. I gotta get those top straps. That's what I'm... Oh, let me get back on camera. Man, you're seeing me spiral really bad. I'm like, I can't keep my head on straight. That's how much, like, I get bothered by that kind of stuff. I put a lot of faith and hope into those sable hair brushes, and such a disappointment. Do we have any other... Alright. Okay, I think we can move on to our last dude. We need to do, like, this, and then I can get away from doing these leather stuff. Can I get in there? Can I get in there? Be gentle. Leaf on the wind. That's what I should think about. Leaf on the wind. Oh, I'm more like a boulder in... Mentally, I'm just like, just give up. Just ruin the whole piece. I'm in a really bad state of mind. Oh my god. Screwing it up. Screwing it up. Screwing it up. You know what? I'm going to take a bathroom break. So I will be right back in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Alright. Thank you for your patience. I figured on top of all my stress levels and stuff, needing to pee did not have to be on the top there, so... Let me look. Oh, I was using Mocha Skin. Actually, let me see. How's my wet palette water? I'm still really hydrated. Kind of don't know why I'm having issues at this point. I don't know, Jace, do you have any advice for me? Oh, oh, I do have an iron actually. I think I just need to also step away for a second, which helped. Yeah, maybe I'll try it either later today or tomorrow. I mean, what's the worst case scenario? Is I ruin the useless brushes? I mean, they weren't always useless, but they certainly feel like useless now. Let me fix this. There we go. Oh, that's better. Alright, my focus was not very good. Whew. Alright. We're getting a little bit better of my brush control back into. Getting a little bit back on track. A little bit. Not perfect. Let's focus on these downstrokes too, because my brush strokes are kind of going all over the place, and I'm not focusing on just doing downstrokes, but that's when you get your most precision. And I'm like, I have a really bad habit of like not just focusing on like towards you strokes. Sometimes I find that I just don't always have that luxury. I don't know about you guys. I also feel like I don't have a lot of. There's not a lot of miniature painters here in the stream, I feel. It's like, for the most part, I think it's just like me and Jace who are really kind of the ones who actively paint miniatures. And I dare say I'm only recently active. I'm not. The amount of hours that Jace has over me is incomparable. Absolutely incomparable. I can kind of guarantee and safely say all the fixes I'm going to need to do. I'm probably not going to finish any of these orcs today. That might just be my humdrum attitude right now. but that relying on those brushes and get in my own head like set me back like probably an hour worth of fixing. Okay. I think that's all the brown leather highlighting. Man, that was so discouraging. Okay. Um, I'm not. I want to fix up the black armor. I'm like really wanting to fix up the black armor. But I think I gotta do the metals, then do all the fixing of the black armor. Because I can't do that before I do the trimming. And then we do black armor trim and. Yeah. And when I'm fixing up the black armor, I can put in like the other check mark, or like the checkered markers and all that stuff. Um, ugh. All right. What did I just say? I'm going to use metallics. Okay, so we're moving away from these, and I think it's time for the. I think it's time for the metallic trimming stuff, which is going to be interesting, to say the least. Hmm. So I think I got to go back with the lead belcher and do some like glazing and highlighting I think more highlighting than glazing. Oh yeah, my sable hair brushes are cheap. We're finding out that they're very mixed quality, cheap knockoffs, and they're failing me all over the place. And I got not big. I'm trying to compose myself on stream, but I'm like big upset. Like I start screwing when like I've come to the decision that these are bad sable hair brushes. Like my mentality of like keeping really steady stuff, like I screwed up a lot of the edge highlighting. So like we started going and doing like the edge highlighting on some of the leather bits here, and I screwed up on quite a few spots, but um, I mean some of these look really really fantastic, but I thought I was gonna finish these guys. This guy probably looks the best right now. Um, but yeah, I'm a little disheartened right now. You guys are not witnessing me DJ at his best right now, and it's a little disheartening being at this stage and kind of feeling really defeated. Um, and they'll be fine, but I have some screw ups, and I spent a lot, what is to me a lot of money on those brushes, and feel like they're pretty much just like, I dare say they're counterfeits. I'm gonna go and leave some really nasty reviews after this. Um, I'm thinking of not that they ever look at it, but I'm definitely gonna tell the maker, whoever designed them, that I hope his kids get fat and flunk out of school and just his life spirals out of control. Like I don't know. Like I'm mad. I'm mad that someone, because like I've held off a long time getting sable hair brushes, and it's like here I was all rosy cheeked and bright eyed getting them, and they turned out to be such failures for me that I'm like, I really wish I didn't even purchase these. I wish instead of paying like the $70 that I did just to get like two types of brushes, four of them, I wish I just got four really good brushes and paid like $15 to $20 each for them. I don't want a replacement. I don't want I don't want just a same of that. I would like a refund, but I don't want a replacement. I don't want them I don't want them even taking space on my desk. That's how mad I am at them. They've wasted enough of my time. Cause I those knolls I didn't do them with sable hair. I did those with synthetics. So it's not like they're bringing much to the table to me right now. Well, that doesn't I mean that doesn't make me feel better. I mean, yeah, it's a reason, but it doesn't make me feel better. It's just like, you got duped. Oh, but feel better. A lot of people got duped. It's like, no, that doesn't make me feel better. I don't know. I'm just being petty and stupid right now. Oop, I'm off. I'm off. So I'm trying to hit the edges of these metallic bits again, just so they like pop and they don't just look brown. It's like the edges you want to hit like they're still getting nicked and scuffed, and a reminder that they are metal. But it kind of brings back the mid-tone. But I'm being very sparing with it, as I find the highlight of the metal kind of goes a long way, even if it's like barely noticeable. Yeah, so see that edge kind of, it makes it pop, but it kind of brings it back to a metal look, even though it still has that like brown rust color. So that's always, yeah. I mean, the thing is I bought these months ago too, so like I'm not sure if they could get me anything, because like Amazon has kind of like a limit of time, I guess. I'm not sure. I'll make a case, but you know, I don't think it'll. Yeah, I mean, I'm going based on kind of like my track record though. nice edges. It's very hard not to overdo it with this metal because I do, like, my brain wants to pull a lot of this metal back. I also don't want to lose all that really nice, rich, like, rusting, weathering effects. I feel like that's really important to keep. Ooh, get out of my face. Let's see. So I'm just hitting these raised edges again. Yeah, I was gonna actually glaze this mid-tone of metal back, but I feel like I really don't have to, and I'm kind of glad I didn't. The axe, that might even be arguable for the axe because of how well just edge highlighting this metallic is. And this might not be the final edge highlight. I might even take a brighter metal and go back, but this is actually going pretty well. Metals always look better. Metals also have a little bit more flexibility to be a little rough because it just looks like the inconsistency and chipping of, you know, how metal would actually react to. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, see, like those, that back plate is awesome. That really has like a lot of variations and colors into it, and giving the sense that it's like an old repurposed piece of metal. I like how I kind of needed this little bit of a reward, honestly, after that. So this couldn't have come at a better time to be like, it's okay, DJ. You still are cool. Nothing like an easy, simple task that even the most amateurish of miniature painter could do, but still makes me feel good. Still makes me feel good. Yeah, getting that nice curve of the axe. Yeah, I guess it's good. I wanted to do more of like gradient shades and highlightings for this, but I'm glad I didn't. It's better to have a little bit more control and sparing kind of with that highlighting. I'm having trouble getting some of these details in though. And the thing I hate about the metallics, especially Games Workshop metallics, and maybe that's my issues. Maybe I shouldn't be using Games Workshop metallics for this highlighting phase, but they dry so freaking quick. I feel like their work time is just abysmal. And I cannot emphasize abysmal enough, but they look good. But they have abysmal work times. Okay, what else do I need? I need to get the top of that. So this might actually require some glazing. I have to get the top of the grenade like shaft, but I don't want to get the bottom of the grenade shaft. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna glaze in a little bit back on the top of where it's catching light. Oh yeah, that's, oh yeah, there you go, that works. Yeah, let's see. I don't even know if that comes up on camera really well, but that top of the shaft for the grenade is pretty nice. At least in real life, it looks nice. Oh, I need to get all his little spikes on his. Ooh, this is too watery. But yeah, I need to get all the spikes on all his bracers and stuff. Oh, which I didn't get this side of his axe either. Oh, very shaky again. Oh, I hate these little spikes. I hate them. Okay. Sorry, I am not breathing at all because I'm shaking so much and I'm just trying to stabilize my hand. Okay, let me take a drink. I'll tell you what though, since I have had setbacks, I'll probably work on these guys a little bit during the week because I want to be very finished with at least these 4 dudes, and yeah, we're 40 minutes from ending stream. I can't see myself doing a whole, like, finishing the metal and then highlighting. Um, I might try to do this, or maybe I'll have an impromptu stream at some point, but I'm kind of disappointed I got set back today. There's always setbacks. And I'm really bad at, I know they can happen, but I'm really bad at, like, preparing for them. Um, I still am very starry-eyed and bushy-tailed when it comes to, like, yeah, I'll finish this stuff, and then it's just like, nah, bro. Oh, I knew I was missing one of his plates. Oh my god, I'm shaking so much. Crap. That doesn't look terrible, but I did screw up and get a big chip there. Okay. What else needs... Let me get this in here, separating the mag well. The magazine a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, so he's starting to look more vibrant. This is very, like, getting close to very table worthy, in all honesty. This is getting to kind of, like, fantastic as much as my griping and complaining is going. Let's get more water. I just overloaded my brush. Yeah, but going back to what I was talking about in the beginning of the stream, if you guys have any suggestions on where I should get some music, what kind of stuff, I would like some, like, lo-fi stuff, but, like, fitting lo-fi. Like, I'll also do some, like, searches and stuff. If there's Spotify playlists I can play for you guys, if there's actually Spotify would be best, because I always play Spotify, and I don't have, I pay for, Haley pays for um what is it, like, that dual kind of family plan, so there's no, we don't have any ads or anything. Yeah, that would be the, wouldn't that be the shit? You guys get enough ads for uh for this, and then we would have to deal with ads. So yeah, at least I have ad free for Spotify on that side. Oh, it's okay, progress. I appreciate it. I'm bummed out about my progress. This was not as much progress as I would have liked. But I do appreciate it. I'm trying. I mean, it's at least some progress, which is better than my average, which is no progress. A hurt. But yeah, even screwing up this much does make them closer to done, just not as, I guess, not as close as I was hoping for. Yeah, and that is true. It does go a long way. I have more paint on my miniatures now than they were, 3 hours ago. That is a fact. And we are starting in the highlight phase. So we are in kind of like that finalization mode of like finishing up these orcs. So like that's good. That feels pretty darn good. I just wish, again, I can't stop obsessing about like I just wish those freaking brushes worked for me, because that like halves my repertoire of tools now that I put in a lot of hope for. Hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. Let's get more pieces of this guy done. Ooh, why is that not even coming off my brush? All right. There we go. I want to trace that toe armor piece. And then that. He's got a lot of cool armor on his boots. I like this guy a lot. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm doing okay. I'm just like, every little thing I'm doing is like, alright, cool, cool, cool. Hello. Have you come to see my failures today? It has been a rough day of painting. I'm trying my best, though. I'm trying my best. We have decided today that my brushes are crap, even though I spent a lot of money on my sable hair brushes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I gotta get these spikes. And I'll get the... Yeah. That's what I love about these metallics, is at least they're hard to screw up. And it's very easy to make them look good. So, at least there's that. Let's get a little bit more water in here. Alright. I want to get... Hold on. Getting that nice, beautiful... Yeah, baby! This is making me feel better. I'm awesome. Just keep telling myself that. Lie, lie. I don't care. I don't care if it's a lie. I'm awesome! Alright. Alright, let's do it again. Nope. God, this Citadel metallic stuff is just absolute. It's good paint. It's just crud. It's good crud. I don't know. It's just if it would last a little longer before it dried up would be nice. But whatever medium Games Workshop uses is almost like intentionally to like dry up quick. Okay. Alright. Hell yeah. Alright. Get the tips of these spikes. He's got these little spike studs on his helmet and on his shoulder pad. Okay. Alright. Oh my goodness. This is... I just feel like I'm driving at 80 million miles per hour and I'm doing everything I can not to screw up. And that's like how intense this is, as slow and boring as it is. I just am like, ah. Does that make sense? I feel like it makes sense. Let's get this even more watered up. I have to glaze this metal on the top, similar to like the shaft I did on the grenade of that one dude. I just have to like shine up the tops here that are hitting the sun. Okay. Not sure if I like that, but I might have to do kind of like a little bit of a dry brush blend. Yeah. It's not really a dry brush, but it's just like I'm barely have any paint on the top and I'm... Yeah. Okay. What are we attacking now? Was that it for the metal on this dude? It might be. I think it might be. Yeah, some of those metallics just like pop now. Yeah, alright. What guys did I work on and what guys didn't? Oh, I think I only did 2 highlights of it. Oh god, this is gonna take forever. Alright. I'm just right into the next. Alright. Alright, alright. And then the crazy thing is, like I said, this might not be even the final metallic highlight. I might take a brighter metal and get into those edges even a little bit more. Again, it's like that push. It's like if you can make it more vibrant and push those extremes, you really should. shaking like I've never shaken before. I'm shaking so bad. It's like embarrassing. I think I have to make a rule. Alright, you want to hear my rule? I think if I know that I'm gonna be doing miniature painting, it doesn't matter what kind it is, no energy drinks. Because clearly, even if it's to help me, it's not helping me. But I really need it. I was in such a predicament waking up with a migraine today. I didn't know what else to do. But if I can help it, no energy drinks on the days I'm gonna miniature paint. Because also it doesn't help my frustration. I get really irritable on energy drinks. And so when I have a situation where like earlier happened, the reason I'm like so devastated is also because like I'm really irritable from being on an energy drink. And I don't know really why that happens. Like, is it the caffeine? Is there something in there that just... Because, like, I can have caffeine and I'm fine. Like, it's just something like that raises, like, just makes me so angry. Okay, this guy's not going too bad. He's got a lot of weird angled surfaces on his gun, but he's not too bad. Yeah, but I don't get that way with soda. I get nowhere near this way with soda. And is it like it's just that threshold amount because like energy drinks are like so much more? I don't know. Which is probably, yeah. That's just like what it is. Is like energy drinks are like 4 times the amount of caffeine probably. It just stinks. I just want to be able to function. All right. Okay, this guy didn't. He had a lot of weird angles, but he didn't have a lot of metallics on him. I could get behind that drum actually a little bit. There we go. Yeah, just a little sliver back there. Okay. This looks pretty good. These guys are really, really looking the part of almost being done. Like, oh my god. Not gonna take too much longer. Oh, he's got a metal plate on his tummy. Let's see. Just have to get a little bit of that edge on the tummy plate. Oh, and I think this spike I didn't touch. Okay. Oh, and I still have to do their nails too. Like I think I'm gonna like hit them with like a black contrast, and then go over with like kind of a greenish turquoise, and then like do a very light gray to white highlight on them, because they kind of the newer orcs, they kind of have like these blackened talon nails. They didn't used to. But also, I think the previous orcs back in the day were kind of painted like garbage. They went more very just like solid dark green and very flat looking. Um, Ever since they came out with like the ninth edition and like the Beast Snagas and stuff like for Warhammer, they've really upped their quality of like their orc skins. And I think they look pretty nice. I think they're, if you look at their old like knobs and old orc boys, like still the old models that they use, even their like mega knobs and stuff, you can tell, you can see like the old painted styles, and they've really upped the quality of how orcs look, even for like the box art. Hello? Oh, she stole. Fizz was stolen. How dare she? This guy has a lot of metal on his pistol. I don't mind getting on the black part all that much, because that's gonna still, all the armor is almost gonna get a second blackening in a way, before it gets highlighted. And honestly, like, the black armor highlight is gonna be one of the last steps we do, and that's gonna be so relieving. I actually really look forward to it, because that's gonna be such like a, what do you call it, like kind of like the what's that, when you're in the like that victory lap. It's going to be such a victory lap for me, I think. And I don't want to do it preemptively. But I do, I just dream about it. I dream about when I can do that kind of last and final step. Victory Gug? I've never heard of it called a Gug before. Is that a thing? I'll believe you for now. I think the correct term for this would be Victory Wah. It'll be my Victory Wah. let's get... Oh man, this is really, really, really tough. Thankfully, I can be a little looser on this. A messy metal highlight, it kind of like has a lot of forgiveness. Okay, where else does he have? Oh, his whole entire axe that I almost forgot. Yeah, good one. Good one, DJ. Almost forgot the whole axe. Oh, I don't know if I like how that just came out. Oh, crap. I kind of got lazy and it got kind of ugly looking. It's also, I'm having a hard time keeping up with my like moral endurance. Let's see. I know, I'm doing really bad at breathing today. Today is just like, today's probably the most stressful day I've had streaming ever. Just straight up. Today just totally did not go at all according to plan, but that's okay, I guess. At least that's what I'm trying to tell myself. Um, yeah, not all planned scuff. I'm not doing good today, Leos. I'm not doing good. I wanted to finish these guys, and I've had so many mistakes and trouble that I pretty much set myself back a whole hour with more fix-ups, and I'm just like so frustrated. Am I? I feel like I'm adapting like old milk. That's what I feel like, at least. If I could tell you the amount of puke that I want to have right now, all of the puke, all the voiding of my stomach innards. It'd be surprising. I would surprise you. You know how Thor drank an ocean, and that was like, whoa. I want to like puke an entire ocean. That's how like upsetty I am. All right, let's see. What do I need? Oh, I need to do his toes, the toe armor. Let's put it this way: I'm like starving, but I also have like no appetite for how upset I am. Isn't that weird? Oh, Oh, I gotta do the top spikes too. We're getting there, come on. I feel like one of the zombies from 28 Days Later who just like is so mad he pukes up his entire body worth of blood. And he's just like, oh! That's like what I feel like right now. It's a weird feeling. I've had to do my entire miniature today, pretty much, or my entire painting with this brush because I feel like it's the only competent brush I have. Do then let's hit all the sides. I don't mind the spikes on the top because I can kind of like do like, alright, front, back, side, and side. So that's him with all that metallic edge highlighting kind of stuff, or at least the first step of it. Yeah, I bet I'm not envious of that. Let's see, what do we got? Alright, I'll probably do the metallics on this dude and see about calling it, because I think it's very important for me today to take a breather before I feel like I'm gonna burn out of this, of like just like the streak of failure that I've had. I was really prepping for a W today and I got a big fat L. Big fatty L. Something had to humble me, I guess. I did something to deserve that L. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. That's how it works. The gods saw it fit to give me an L. I hit all these edges of this grinded blast plate. Which sounds like I'm just cursing in a blasted grind plate, but no, it's just, or a grinded blast plate, and that's literally just what it is. It's like this really rough angle grinded blast plate for the rockets, so it doesn't have like the splash, the rocket splash, or whatever they call the backsplash, doesn't hit the fire. Really. Does that make sense? I'm not happy with how any of this is going. These rockets are at least coming out pretty good. They have like a nice little vibrancy to them. This guy actually has a lot more metallic stuff than I was expecting. I might have to stop him halfway through. Which will be hard to kind of keep track of where I was, but I'd rather stop midway through and not screw them all up. If that makes sense. But who knows, maybe I'll be able to get through this pretty easily. I'm really having an issue with this paint drying out really, really, really quick. Huh? Oh. Yeah, I could. It's not going too bad. It's not going bad. I feel like the rocket was kind of like the hardest part, and I'm already through most of it. Oh man. Oh. Alright. Alright, that's alright. Let's get a little bit more on here. Let's I wanted to go up, but let's actually just focus on the toes right now. Because he's got very blocky and boxy toes for his armor, so I think I can knock these out pretty quick. Alright. I really don't want to hit those missiles in the back, but I'm gonna have to. Oh man, I don't know if you just saw me shake that hard, but yeah, I'm like, oh crap. I got metallic on one of the little rocks, but I can always fix that up with like a little highlight. Alright, I gotta lock in. Locking in. Locking in. Alright. Oh, I keep hitting that. Just getting more these little tiny Ooh, this is a good consistency. Alright. Let's get some of these. Yeah, let's just get the rockets done and over with. Whoa. Oh man, don't shake that much. Come on. I'm so bad right now. My shakiness is like out of control. Okay. Whew. So all I have to do is his spike, his chin strap, the metal plate on his shoulder, and the metal plate on his back. And then I think we'll call it there. No, not right now. I'm like 10 minutes away from finishing. No, I'm not taking 30 seconds now. I know you are correct and stuff. I'm just in the home stretch right now. You know me, I'm just too stubborn right now. Yeah, I'm almost there. I'm almost where I can be stopped. I can be stopped. Yeah, I can be stopped. Um, where I can just call it quits for the end of the stream. I am not where I wanted to be, as you all know. I wanted to have 4 of these guys finished, and now I have none of these guys finished for how bad today went. Which, I'm disappointed. I feel like I'm starting to bore you guys with the orcs, and I could be moving on with other projects. So that's kind of like where I'm a little disappointed. I just feel like, alright, how long am I going to be painting these orcs? I'm like ready for them to be done, and they're just like not there yet. They're very close. They're so stupid close. But I was also relying on my brushes cooperating. But they really... Well, I appreciate it. I just have like that gut feeling of like, damn, we've been doing this for a month and a half. I appreciate it, guys. That honestly, like, that is very nice and validating, because I worry about my content getting stale. But I really do want to continue doing all my projects. And the thing is all my projects that like I do, there'll be like some quick projects. Like the next project after this, the buildings, that's gonna be, I don't plan on that being more than 1 or 2 streams. Like at least in that sense, like, oh, okay, that's gonna be short, sweet, and like very quick. But then there's stuff that you guys are gonna see like straight from the beginning, which might even take longer than my orcs. Like I have like 40 Night Lords to do, and you know, like, I don't know if I'll do all of them. I'll probably section them out like my orcs here. Um, but, like, that's going to be long-winded, too. And when I paint more of my gnolls, oh, man, those guys are going to be long-winded. Those guys are going to be long-winded, considering how those 3 were for me on my own. Yeah, that'll... Alright. Let's look over this dude. I think, actually, there's a couple more things I have to do on this guy. I have to hit this top part. And then I forgot a long time ago I wanted this pipe here painted. I'm gonna have to go back and coat that with some shade. Which is fine, but alright. Let's take a look at what we've done today, and then we'll go into a short intermission. And then I will take a much needed nap or something to chill me out. Oh. This guy never closed right. Stupid Citadel pots. Alright. Not where I wanted to be today, but as you guys said, progress is still progress, right? So let's go back over to what we've done. Let's sharpen this a little bit. Yeah, I like having the control of the focus. This is nice. So, getting closer and closer to the end here. I might do some of the rest of the highlights over the week. Do some of those fix-ups that I screwed up on. I really want my next... I might even get my other orcs up to here. Like, I have the Burna Boy and the Knob, but the orc boss I still want as separate. But I think I can get the Burna Boy and the Knob to up to these guys' level. I have a couple of those, like, brass parts, like the front of the gun stuff I want to do, and that should be quick, so I might do that over the week. But I think the goal for next stream is to finally do, like, the blackening, fix up all the black stuff around the edges. That'll bring the shine down too, because a lot of their black armor still is showing a lot, and their pants is still showing a lot of the satin varnish, which isn't so much needed anymore. I like the way this guy looks, but it'll tighten everything up even more. But these guys are looking good. There's a couple of the talons I have that I haven't quite, like, washed and stuff, so I have to fix those guys up, but they're getting closer and closer. I love these guys' faces. I do have to take it a moment to, like, really actually appreciate how far these guys have come. Oh, that glazing right there is actually really nice. That nice fade on that thigh, especially there. Yeah, you got a nice glazing there. You see, like, it does take a moment for it to, like, dry and get, like, to see really the fruits of labor for glazing and everything. And I have a special soft spot for this guy because, you know, he won me my first game in This Is Not a Test, so This guy I'll always have in like my beginning warband, I believe. I like the kind of that edging for the shine, but then having that rust still kind of like gradient build up towards the shaft. That's like exactly kind of what I like that look a lot. It could have maybe been a little bit nicer of a transition there, maybe if I had pushed that fade up, but like I'm not going to change it. But it is nice. I do like that a lot. And then this guy that we just worked on. They got good faces. It's not, their faces are not unreadable as 40k orcs. I'm actually really happy about that. For not being like, for being inhuman creatures, like I think they have a lot of expression to them because of the way they're painted and colored. Um, the tongues and the tusks are very separate entities that you can really read. There's no muddiness in between. I have to say, I'm really, really happy with how that came out for like each and every single one of them. That seems to be consistent, um, which was very, very, very important to me. The way their faces came out, I just wanted the elements of their face to be very readable. And yeah, even this dude, I have to put a little bit of a dark like shade or contrast around those staples he's got like in his lips, but that won't be anything rough. And what's the one thing that's throwing me off is like the shine in the eye makes it look like the color bled through, but it'll look better once it's um all the way through. And then our squig, probably the least disappointing out of what happened today, is just the slight highlight I did around the squig's face. So, or like that little punch of orange. Oh. So yeah, oh, what to take away from today? Oh man, it was rough. It was Today was rough. I Even though I got over the not hangover, I don't drink, but the migraine, I definitely say today was definitely like a woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Not in terms of my mood, but like I'm really really disappointed. In fact, for those who don't know, these are the sable hair brushes I got that I had a lot of hope in. And in the beginning first few weeks of me using them, they were good. But I've had synthetics last longer these, and they're just really failing on me. They seem like they do really good to the conditioning, and then like the first couple of strokes they just like kind of just like bleh. Really not crazy about these. I will be making, I'll contest something on Amazon, especially since you found out that they've been sneaking synthetic hairs in there. And that's one thing I'm finding consistently. Like I'll have like this consistent texture, and then there's like one hair that's like acting very strange like out of there, or two hairs or something. And I think that's exactly what's happening, and it's throwing everything off. I'm hugely disappointed. I don't have the money to like get new sable hairs or sable brushes, so they better fix something, or else I might get banned on Amazon for what I'm about to say. You know, like I'm mad. I'm big mad. Um and it's really disappointing, and I really need reliable brushes right now. Now especially, out of all times. But I'm just going to step away today. Take a much needed break. During the week I will try to get these guys up to snuff. It's just these two guys. This guy I haven't really done. Oh, I can't even get this to focus. I haven't really done too much more to this guy. I didn't touch this guy at all. So I'll figure it out. Yeah, well, it doesn't help their structure and shape. It just pisses me off. In all honesty, in the end, uh, they failed their mission about putting synthetic hairs in the center. Mm. It is what it is. Um, I mean, these guys are getting farther. I was really happy to the clothing part of it when I did the push of the highlights earlier today, or the glazing worked. I got what I wanted out of them. It's just, again, it is what it is. I mean, I'm looking at them now, and like I could see these guys tabled. If I saw these guys on the table, I'd be like, oh, I'd kind of wish that someone would have edge highlighted the black. That's the thing they really are missing. So once these guys are cleaned up and have the black armor and all their black elements edge highlighted, they're really like significantly good table worthy. I can't take that away from them. Yeah, they're badass. And I love these guys. It's not their fault. It's not the orcs' fault, right? Let's not take it out on the orcs. I'm not taking it out on them. I just want them to look good. I love these guys. I've grown to love orcs so much in this project that I just want the best for them. They're like my little guys, you know? They're, oh, Fizzgig hair floating. I caught it. I caught the Fizzgig hair. Huh. And it's not that I'm not happy about them, but I don't want to be. I'm so done fighting my tools. You know what I mean? Like the whole reason I have this whole setup is to like not fight the project to get the project done, and that was like a spike into like that almost PTSD of my whole life trying to paint, and it made me like panic a bit. But it's okay. I gotta chill. It's okay. Use this to learn to step away. Take a breather. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll tackle it when I have some free time tomorrow or tomorrow night or something. And yeah. Thank you guys for still being here, calming me down, and helping me realize that I'm still doing. Man, Greg, you come in right as I'm about to end stream. Come on. That's the second time. I'm literally saying my goodbye speech. I know. Oh well. You didn't miss much. I've had a really, really rough painting day today. If you want, after I end stream, I show off, do it all again. No, I will not survive doing this all again for how bad today went. No, I would. No, 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 no. Just I can't right now. But I did show off like the progress I made in like the last like 15-20 minutes. I do like a whole rotation, so if you want to check out how the orcs are doing like in a real quick too long didn't read after we end stream, that'll be towards the end of the video. But yeah, rough day. My paintbrushes suck. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. But yeah, thank you guys for validating me, calming me down, being there, learning something from it, telling me that you do like enjoy watching the orcs and stuff. That'll be cool. I still plan to do my drawing stream this upcoming Wednesday. Yeah. thank you guys so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you enjoyed this. Love you all, and I'll see you later. I'm definitely gonna take a breather. So, bye for now.